Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to another live stream. Yeah, so I'll be continuing with this, and so far I've only done the rust of this. There's still the metallic areas and adding a couple of variation colors to this for the gray. So as well as blue and green, I guess. Right. Just gonna increase this so that I can have more space for this. Okay, let me just play some music. Yeah, working with two monitors is kind of confusing sometimes, especially when you don't know where the mouse is. Like you always sometimes I always forget that the mouse is on the second monitor, and I search for it on this on the laptop monitor display. Okay, gray. I honestly don't know why sometimes it does not copy that into this. It always shows me that message, and it's kind of confusing when it shows, I guess. Okay, I'm just gonna have dark values of gray over here. I think in the case where I don't just want this, what I could have also done is add some noise. Actually, I feel like noise also gives you, instead of hand painting this, you could just add some noise and okay. Does this affect? Okay, I thought the tablet affected both monitors, but it's actually focused on only this monitor. Wait. Yeah, it's only affecting this monitor. I mean the laptop screen. Yeah, I think maybe adding some noise texture as well to this could actually help, with the look. Just to break that look that it gives, I guess. But for now I just want to see how it looks without that first. And now, you know, it's one thing I didn't actually think of in the other ones. It's like, you know, the more I work on this, you know, texture in this arm, the more, you know, I think I start noticing things that I could have added. I think, you know, actually one of the reasons is it could be that, you know, when I thought about it at first is that I thought, let me just get the base colors only, and then once I'm done with the base colors, I would add all these noise textures and everything else after. Because I feel like, you know, if I just add it right now, right now, it's once I bake it, it's, you know, it's gonna lose a lot of the detail that I actually wanted to maintain, I guess. Actually don't want this everywhere, I just want it on some parts.
Winter's here, the snow is falling on our car as we drive for miles to that little town called home. Tinsel hangs from every corner of the house, and Christmas lights shine bright through the cold evening fog.
Actually, what I forgot was I need the reference image as well. Actually, you know, the reference image is just, you know, I don't really focus too much on it, but having it open and then, you know, checking like maybe like once I'm done with the details and checking, maybe like if it's something similar to it, you know, instead of trying to follow the reference image. Okay, I'm not trying to replicate the reference image. I just, you know, I want to see the details that it has and see if I added some of them to this. It's a lot more slower now. I think it's since I uploaded that reference image, but it shouldn't. I mean, PureRef shouldn't cause this to run slow. Yeah, it's, I don't know why it's so slow right now. It's lagging a little bit. I mean, I can feel that it's lagging. Just gonna save this, and I notice that sometimes when you just save it, it actually helps. Yeah, there it is. I don't know why it does that, but it does help, you know, just saving it. Or I don't know, I feel like maybe when you save it, it's almost like the previous file was actually corrupted or something like that. It feels that way. I didn't realize that they made a remake for PlayStation 5 on, what's this? The Last of Us. They made it a remake on PlayStation 5. That's amazing. I wonder if, I'm sure, you know, with the graphics and everything, it's, you know, it's a lot more better, maybe. I don't know. I mean, the story is still the same, probably. I mean, that's the point of the remake, but I'm guessing that, you know, the characters are more detailed. Alright, let's do this. Maybe like this. I don't want it being too detailed, I guess. Let's just see how it is without all of this. If it's too detailed, it will be like this, right? And this is just to change this. Okay, it looks weird, honestly, it does. Just want to check. The thing is, I don't want these noise textures appearing here. Areas where it's not, and that's actually what it's weird. I feel like, you know, it's showing these noise textures here, although it's not that visible, but it's almost as if it is actually. But that's the thing, it is actually, it's just different. Okay, so how do I do this? Do I multiply it so that it, yeah, like that actually, multiplying it. Now it's not, you know, yeah. You know, just breaking that, maybe, I don't know if it's actually making a big difference or not. Let's just see the difference. Okay, this versus this. Honestly, this adding the noise texture to it just makes it look a lot more different. Yeah, I think this way it's better. I mean, just leaving it this way, yeah. Alright, let's add some blue to this. I don't want it being sky blue. I want it around there actually. This is just like, you know, adding a little bit of, it's not the paint of this, but like, you know, like maybe I'm just assuming that, like, you know, over time it got some of these colors to it, like the green and the blue. This weekend I actually went to watch the Ant-Man Continuum. Honestly, my opinion on the movies, I don't know, it's, these days I'm no longer feeling Marvel movies as I used to. It could be a thing with age, you're growing, and I'm no longer reading comics as much as I did. Maybe that could be the thing, honestly. But or maybe it's just being aware of certain things, but yeah, I didn't enjoy it, I guess. It's every time I watch these Marvel movies now, it's almost like I feel like I'm watching the Avengers Age of Ultron. They give me that same feeling when I was watching it, because during some parts of the movies I felt disconnected to it, I guess. It just didn't feel the same, I guess. Or other parts just felt like it was forced, or like. And one thing is that I'm actually starting to notice is that I feel like, I know it's hero movies, right? But I'm starting to feel like there's no actual consequences to the actions they do. I mean, like, you would think that after the what is it, Avengers, the Civil War, right? You'd think that the characters would think of the consequences of the actions, right? But now it just feels like yeah, it feels like now they just acting without thinking of the consequences, I guess, of their own actions. And realistically, it's when we do things, we do it, but we also tend to be cautious of what could happen, other possibilities, I guess. And right now these movies are feeling like the characters are not thinking of the possibilities, I guess. I think one could argue that wait, what am I looking for? That the new characters are inspired by the old, and although the old characters did think of the consequences, these ones are like naive characters that are trying to help or make a name for themselves. But yeah, I guess maybe it's too early to judge. Like, I feel like only after far into this phase we'll actually start to understand, well, I'll probably maybe understand why these characters acted in these certain ways. Right. Yeah, but I do feel disconnected. Like, you know, the fact that they were going to a different place, you know, a different dimension where there was Kang, but you know, it was nice, I guess, the adventure, you know, the fact that they're moving to a different set that isn't Earth, I guess. That was actually interesting. I think, yeah, you know, like, okay, what I can say is that the ending where I think maybe they are creating almost like a learning process for these new characters, because the old characters, they, you know, I feel like they were also went through a learning process, but their process was not one way it affected the people around them. Maybe, like, look at Iron Man. Iron Man actually, no, it did affect them, but you know, how can I say it? Like, when you look at Iron Man, right? Iron Man was creating like weapons of mass destructions, right? And he was not aware of, you know, what these weapons were doing. He was just making business, but as soon as, you know, he found himself in a situation where people were attacking him while using his own tech, you know, he started to understand that, you know, selling my weapons is actually quite dangerous. And I think that's the reason he did stop it, right? Like, he stopped selling his weapons, and you know that, you know, he learned from the consequence of, you know, having created his own, you know, his own tech, and now he's that same tech almost killed him. So I feel like in this movie, actually, there was the character, the, you know, Ant-Man's daughter, right? I feel like she learned, you know, the consequence of messing with other realms, because like, without, you know, I know she wanted to help, but the fact that she created a signal to the quantum realm, right? Without actually asking, you know, the person that came from the quantum realm what could come out of the quantum realm, right? I feel like excuse me, especially at the end of the movie, that's where, you know, her, you know, I feel like maybe that's where she'll start to learn to actually be careful, because, you know, I don't know if you guys watched it, but if you haven't, yeah, just, you know, I am going to spoil it for you, so just mute if you don't want to listen. Anyways, now Scott and Hope are now stuck. Wait, actually no, they actually went back. You know, I feel like at that point where they were actually you know, they they were actually both in the quantum realm alone, right? I felt like that's where they should have ended it, right? Without bringing bringing them back to the what's this, to Earth, I guess, the realm of Earth. I feel like if maybe they made that that technology that she created explode or something, or I know she could recreate it, but I felt like maybe if they made it more difficult for her to now go back and get her father, she would have learned that by creating this this signal, she took them into the quantum realm, and as a result it caused her losing her father the second time. I feel like that could have that would have been an interesting thing if they just left it like that. But the fact that it ended as a happy ending, I feel like I was kind of annoyed. It feels like I don't mind these kind of things with when watching animations, but live action movies are, I feel like I need to see some consequences, the for the actions that they make. I feel like if you mess up, you should you should feel that messing up. It's almost, right now it feels like they mess up and they barely even feel that they've messed up. It would have been interesting. I feel like it would have been interesting if they just left them in the quantum realm, and now the daughter had to find another way to get into the quantum realm. That would have been interesting. Yeah, and someone was like, the movies now are starting to feel like they are Disney movies, and in a way, with that happy ending feeling that Disney animation movies do. In a way, I'm starting to see that, and I think that's why it's starting to feel disconnected. It's no longer feeling the same. It could be that, I don't know. But yeah, the movie was actually nice. Apart from that, some of the script it felt like lazy scripting, but I enjoyed it, but not as much. It's and the fact that that one thing I also did not like was how Modo was encouraged. That was terrible encouragement. Honestly, people don't change their mind, especially when, because the way he looked right now is because of Scott. Scott threw him into the quantum realm, right? And you would have anger, you would hold a grudge against someone if they made you, they pushed you into the quantum realm and made you look like that. Honestly, I definitely don't think I would have forgiven anyone, if something like that happened to me. So the fact that he was able to just forgive, it just Oh man, I felt frustrated. I honestly. It's almost like as if he was not sure of, his own anger. I guess it just felt that way. All right. Just gonna also add this here.
Leave it all abandoned. Only had a dragon for lifetimes. The only face
All right.
enough to let him in. Writing on the walls inside is filled with our waste again.
Okay, the next it's I'm gonna start with metallic first. I feel like I'm adding less detail than I did on the other ones. Sometimes it feels like I've added enough detail, and then other times it feels like I'm adding less detail. Maybe it's I'm getting faster with this. Maybe that could be the reason. Wait. I always forget which. This is black, and then that's complete white. Okay. And right now this is showing this. Okay. Ooh, okay. I did miss something. That's why it felt so weird. Actually, I'm gonna add AO as well before moving on with metallic. I feel like in the movie there were some loopholes. I know she led a rebellion, right? They didn't tell us how she started that rebellion. All that it just felt like a loophole, I guess. I know eventually they are going to explain how she started that rebellion, but I was thinking maybe they would do it right within this, because I feel like this movie it should have been like, I know that it's more of the, what's this, a way of like, who's this, the Ant-Man's daughter, reminding, you know, Ant-Man not to be complacent, or, you know, not too relaxed. I feel that's what it was, but it should have also been like a way that, you know, it should have also added, like, you know, enough of the story where we would learn a lot more of what happened to Kang and who's this lady in the quantum realm. Okay, actually gonna disconnect some of these. Yeah, but the movie was definitely interesting. It's just there was you know, a couple of things that I just didn't like, actually a lot, but you know, it's Marvel, so I'm sure some of these things that I know it's not gonna answer every, you know, mystery question on one go, but you know, it should stick to the consequences. You know, there was actually someone that actually explained it a lot better. He said that when you look at Spider-Man, right, especially although it was right before the MCU, but when you look at Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man, right, when who's this, the scene where the guy who robbed, I don't know if it was the bank or something, and you know, the guy who killed Spider-Man's uncle, you know, that scene was, you know, a perfect representation of, you know, if there are consequences to certain actions. The guy in the bank, I'm not sure if it's a bank actually, but the guy in the teller, you know, the guy that they robbed, right, I think he refused to help Spider-Man, and you know, by doing that he was robbed. And when Spider-Man, you know, when that guy asked Spider-Man to stop that guy, you know, he just looked at him and let the robber pass, right? And because of that, Spider-Man leaving that robber to pass, you know, also his uncle was the one that got shot as a result of that. You know, that scene, you know, that it's an important scene. Honestly, it's one that, you know, when I look at movies, I always, well, not always, but I sometimes, you know, think of that. And you know, when a movie does not give me that same consequence, you know, action, you know, that same thing, you know, that shows their consequences to actions that you do, right? It just, you know, it just drains my body, I guess. And right now, that's what, you know, some of these movies are doing right now. Feels like we're living in Wonderland. You know, the movies are now just Wonderland, I guess, or fantasy. There's no realism to it, I guess. It's almost like it's losing things that we could actually relate to, and it's now only making the stories oh damn it, I should have turned on the symmetry. Making the stories feel more like a fantasy world, you know, instead of some of the things feel grounded, you know. Honestly, this type of content where there is no consequence, it's things that I actually enjoy only in comics and yeah, mostly just comics and animation stories, you know. But once it comes to where there's real characters, it annoys me. I feel like it doesn't belong there, you know. It's it just doesn't feel like it belongs in that part of scenario where there's actual humans who are acting, you know. It's almost like how, imagine if, although it was pulled off in one of the movies, what's this, The Mask, I think. But imagine if, I think it's The Mask, the one acted by, who's this? Yeah, it's The Mask, actually. The one acted by Jim Carrey. Yeah, that one. You know, but imagine if, or you know, you try to add animation principles in live action movies. It feels weird, you know. It doesn't belong there. I feel the same thing, you know, where there's no consequences in live action stories feels the same way as, you know, adding animation principles in live action movies, I guess. Shit. Okay, wait, I think I closed something. Just give me a sec. All right. But I wonder which of the Kang variables is going to be the Conqueror. I feel like, you know, they've already established who the Conqueror is. It's definitely gonna be the one who's going to be in the, I feel like it's going to be the one who's the one that they've cast out. He's definitely going to be the, you know, the bigger Kang, because, you know, he's the one who's lost a lot, you know, so it's definitely makes sense that, you know, the one who loses a lot learns from all these lost battles, I guess, and, you know, becomes the better person, I guess, the better Kang, I guess. Okay.
One day I'm gonna reach ya, take a plane for many miles. We pretend that time didn't pass us by when we're on Mulholland Drive. I know it won't be long before dawn, gotta be patient for a while. Someday we'll look at stars in this same sky, when I'm on the other side.
But it's interesting how this guy is acting so many of, you know, different characters, well, the same character but different you know, what's this, different behaviors, I guess. I wonder if I feel like it's gonna work, but, you know, right now we've already seen how the other characters behave, his other variables, but, you know, can he pull it off, you know, while acting like that all the time? That would be interesting to see, I guess. Okay, wait. Because he's definitely acting multiple personalities, you know. I wonder if that's gonna work, you know, or at some point that we're gonna start seeing that, you know, the way he acted is not how it was first presented. You know, but one thing I like, you know, is that the fact that they are actually making it, you know, they are adding the details that are in the comics, I guess. You know, it's an adaptation of the comics, I guess. That's, I feel like, you know, preserving all that information instead of adding other, well, although they do add some, you know, in some cases they do add new characters, but in other cases, you know, the fact that they don't and they just preserve it the way it is, it's interesting, I guess.
Wasn't
Okay, which other part looks like? Okay, there is also something missing actually. The part where, you know, right now, this part I can't tell whether there's a plane change, so that's what needs to be added as well. Different colors that make the plane change, I guess. I felt like there was something missing, and it's actually a lot more that's missing. I'm just gonna oof, okay, in some areas it's removing that.
What you gonna do? Now let me see you go. Now let me see you go. Now let me see you go.
You know, the way Marvel movies has created so much content, I tend to forget that there are other stories out there. Because right now, you know, whenever I go to the cinema, I just think of going there only when there's a Marvel movie out, and all the other movies that, you know, that come out, just I kind of forget, you know. But the one that I'm actually waiting for is the not the one where who's this actor, Harrison Ford will be acting in the, what was it again, it's not John Solo, it's the other one where he's acting. Yeah, that's, oh shit, I forgot one place.
What you gonna do with it?
I forgot this part. Oh, it looks so similar that it's so hard to tell the difference, which part is, wait, let's see, how is this connected again? Ah, okay. Oh wow, I completely forgot about this. That's how it goes. Then it travels all the way like that, and ah, damn, man. My eyes is painful. I don't know what happened, but yeah, it's a little bit painful. Actually, you know what, let's use that symmetry thing. Here on this side it's hard to tell. Here, over here. I think maybe I should have wireframes on. Maybe that could help. Yeah. That's the thing about AO. Any area where, you know, these two different objects meet. Oh shit, okay. Interesting. Ah, okay, wait. I see. Texting on the wrong one. Texturing on the wrong place. I think it's supposed to be. Let's just see. Maybe it's Z. Okay, definitely not Z as well. So this is what's this? Because it's tilted, you know, it's definitely gonna give me a different result. I think that's why. There was another object that I, you know, I created this from, so this was an instance and I was using that one to model everything, so that's why it's the axes are not the way. It's not you know, using this local axis. I don't know if I can paint using local axis. Never tried. Yeah, but anyways, as I was saying about AO, you know, areas where two meshes are close to, there will definitely be some AO over there, so that's why, you know, I'm creating these like this. You know, the end credit scene of this just made me realize of how much this guy, you know, Kang, is actually full of himself, because that scene, you know, it's him almost like cheering himself on. And you know, just that thought, you know, that it's one person and, you know, he's cheering as if he's cheering at, you know, like in some kind of stadium where he's cheering at a team or something like that. It's it's funny, I guess. The Council of Kangs, that's interesting. Never really read Marvel comics, but most content that I know from Marvel is actually from watching the movies, I guess. I've never actually read comics. I usually just read manga or light novels, I guess. I did try reading Star Wars comics, and through a few pages, oh man, I didn't make it. And the next thing I knew, I was not that interested. It could be that, you know, I actually, because when I read the comics, right, I started from right before they created the Old Republic, you know, the Republic before the Old Republic, before they were even called Jedis. Maybe that could be the reason, because I was trying to understand how they came to be Jedis, and it's actually an interesting story, you know, but not interesting enough for me to want to stay and read the entire thing. All right,
Feel the ground shaking underneath, trying to take me alive. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I got no rival. I'ma find my way through the blood and pain game of survival. Any time or place, watch 'em run away. I got none. I'll be standing on my own. Never gonna take no rival. Watch 'em run away. I got no, no, no. I got no, no, no rival.
all right, let's see how it looks. All right, it's okay, I guess. Now I just need different colors of gray to change this for the plane, I guess, because right now it feels like a flat surface. When you look at it like this over here, it feels like, you know, apart from viewing it over here, actually, you know, apart from seeing the silhouette over here, you can feel that it's almost like a flat surface. So I just want to break that so that when I look at it from like this, it doesn't feel like, you know, like that. All right, great. Gray dark. Yeah, my naming things is terrible, but you know, the idea is not naming it correctly, it's just giving it a name. Yes. All right, let's see. First, I'm actually gonna I'm just trying to see which I should start with. Actually, no, it's just one gray that's needed, I feel, and that is the part where that's going to actually do the okay, for now it's just wait. Okay, I'm gonna remove some of these. This one I'm gonna hide. and this one for now I'm just gonna hide. Yeah, the rest of these is okay, I guess. And this I'm just gonna paint right here on top, right? But I don't want it like this. I want it slightly lighter than this. Actually, I must change the name of that. Yeah, like that. Just gonna go to solid mode and see this properly. And just cleaning these up. Thanks for following, Samuel. What's up? Welcome to the stream. So yeah, just gonna. How are you doing? How are you doing? The one Marvel's movie, I'm not sure if it was a series or a movie, is what's this? I missed it. I still haven't even watched it. It's the Guardians of the Galaxy. I mean, apparently there was actually something that came out, the holiday special, apparently. I'm not sure if it was a movie. I think it was a series. Never really watched it. It's, for a movie that was so popular, even if it was turned into a series, it's something that it should have made a lot of noise. I guess it's so much that people could hear, tell that it was out, but when it came out I didn't even realize that it came out, because I don't know if it's a series. I think it's a series, but when it came out I didn't even know it was out. Let's see. Yeah, but let me just check if it was actually the yeah, holiday special. Oh, it was a TV series. It's wait, is it like because here I'm seeing 40 minutes, so it's not. What was it actually? Is it an animation or what's going on? Or is it no, 2020, so that means it's out already. cast. What was this? Was this a... I'm thinking it was a series. Yeah, I'm thinking it was a series. I'm not sure. Special was released on November 7th. It was a conclusion, something. It was serving as conclusion for phase 4. Okay. But was it a movie or a series? That's what I want to know. Production. It only ran for 40 minutes, so only one episode then. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I must watch it. Yeah, but when it came out, I didn't even realize it. It wasn't after, you know, when someone on YouTube talked about it, and I was like, okay, wait, what? And you know, I enjoyed the movie so much. So when this came out, it was so weird because, you know, I didn't even hear any news about it. Look, it's not like I'm living in a cage or anything, but it should definitely, you know, have received a lot of talk, you know, if it was interesting, but it was so quiet that I think maybe there was something that was overshadowing it. That's why. But you know, it's Galaxy of the Galaxies, you know, it's one of the big movie, you know, it became a big movie, so there shouldn't be anything new that would overshadow it, I feel. And if that was the case, why, you know, why did they make it so quiet that the other overshadowed it? I'm sure it was probably also the characters were dealing with the death of Gomera. Maybe that could be the case, because you know, we didn't actually get, well, we did technically in Endgame, but you know, we didn't get a movie where they dealt with her death, I guess. Alright, let's see this. Is it working? Yeah, it's definitely breaking this, you know, so that it's not like one. Although the problem with this, it's creating lighting, you know, that's the problem with it. That's why I take it down a little bit. I don't want it looking like I'm drawing lighting on this, light values on this. It's just to break it a little bit, you know, so that it's there, you know. It's barely gonna be visible on the, yeah, once I add metallic values to this, it's barely gonna be visible, I'm sure. But I just wanted, you know, a slight to help me see it from like this when I see it as a base color. Alright, I'm just gonna add this on the other areas over here. All right. You know, the worst recommendations that when it comes to, if you ever bored né, and you ask someone recommend something for me, I feel like reading what's this, manga, not manga but manga, that, you know, it's, if you're not into it, you know, that's definitely gonna be a terrible thing, especially when you switch from reading manga and then you read manga. It feels so different, you know, the content is so different that when you read it, you know, it feels like you're reading stories about overpowered characters, I guess. Because I noticed that whenever I read manga, right, it gives me this, you know, this feeling where I'm always, you know, I feel like I'm on my tippy toes, you know. I know what's going to happen, but you know, even when I read it, I feel like, you know, I'm always standing on my tippy toes and hoping that, you know, what I'm thinking doesn't happen, and then it happens, and you know, it's it just you know, it's a little bit, sometimes it's a little bit disappointing, but the same thing, actually, manga is the one way, you know, you can predict the story. Manga, it's hard to predict, but sometimes you can predict it, right? And I think it's the reason why I'm always on my tippy toes, because I'm always hoping that, you know, what I predict isn't true, and when it becomes true, right, that's where I lose that interest. And then when it's not, you know, when it's not true, then I keep on reading it. And although, because I don't want manga to be predictable, you know, I prefer that being manga, you know, Korean manga. I feel that being, you know, it's okay if it's predictable, but when it comes to manga, you know, I don't want it being predictable at all. It feels weird when it's predictable. You know, I also don't like it when the characters are overpowered in manga, you know. It's just, you know, I just preferred that the characters, you know, are characters that develop, but you know, they are also characters that are not, you know, that strong. You know, it creates that story where you're watching the, you know, not just the physical character development of the character, but you know, mental character development of the character. And when it comes to Korean manga, when, you know, when it does those physical mental character developments, it just, I don't know, it just feels weird, I guess. Mostly, you know, what I like is the art they create, especially mm, what's this, the fact that it's colored, you know, and colored, it comes in color, and you know, I guess that, you know, just helps a lot. Even though it's not, the characters are overpowered and sometimes it's predictable, it's, you know, I just enjoy that fact that it's unique compared to manga. And once manga, you know, goes in the direction of Korean manga, it just, you know, I don't feel that into it as, you know, I would when reading Korean stories, I guess. It's weird. I know it's the same thing, but it would be the same thing, but because of the creator, you know, that it just loses that value that I I once had, you know, I guess. I feel like, you know, if it should stick, you know, if you're someone that says you create manga, and you know, for me, I just feel that it should, you know, it should have, you know, those it should not be anything that's overpowered, like how Korean stories, mangas have created their content. That's how I just feel, you know, when reading it. That's why stories like One Piece, you know, I enjoy it. But imagine if, you know, the characters were as overpowered as they are in Korean mangas. That would just, you know, throw me off, I guess. It wouldn't be as interesting as it is. The same thing, you know, with imagine watching Solo Level and it had the same feeling as One Piece. It just wouldn't feel the same for me, I guess. So yeah, it's one thing, you know, that about some of these stories, you know, that I wanted to sticking to the type of content where it was created, I guess, based on how it was created at first. I guess that's how I just prefer it. But both of them, you know, they are, you know, different mediums, and you know, I definitely enjoy them a lot. Okay, I lost that. I was hoping this wouldn't do that. I don't know why it does that. Okay, maybe if I... How is it painting on here? That's the thing. Like, I'm placing this like this, but yet it's painting on the bottom side. You know what? It doesn't matter actually. It's... yeah, you know what? It's because I'm using vertex vertex, that's why. It will do that. Just gonna bring this closer and focus only on these vertex. You know what I could have done? Why didn't I think of that? I could have selected all of these and then just, you know, shift K this. Created that mask and shift K. It would have been a lot more easier and faster actually. Man, sometimes I like taking the long way. I just take it without realizing I'm taking it, I guess. Alright, at 2 o'clock I might just take a break. I always take a break actually around that time, so just a quick warning, you know. Yeah, I think it's okay the way it is. I'm just gonna do that. I don't know if I did this here. Doesn't have to be perfect, I guess. It's just, but I want it clean, I guess. All right. I think here as well I need a different, right here inside. Actually, yeah, I am going to do this. Let's just go into this mode and then select these loops. Maybe, I don't know. Let's select one of this. Let's see, because this just loops around itself, so there's no point in what's this, painting all of this like that. Yeah, I think that's enough maybe. And then I can just bring this into vertex mode, and having this mask on, just shift K.
One specific frequency.
Whew. What happened? I'm just gonna save this because I feel like it might just crash. Alright, and unhide all of the others. Alright, actually, what I should have done, I want those selected and I just want to invert the selection. Huh? Whoa, whoa. What happened? Oof, I feel like I went far too back actually. Okay, no, I guess not. Okay, I'm just gonna unhide these and then invert this selection. Hide this. Okay, interesting. Is it painting? Oh yeah, it is painting. Okay, this part is a little bit difficult actually, because there's this, and then here it changes the, you know, it changes direction, and then, you know, as well as there. So so maybe I'm gonna need another gray, or, you know, I don't know how. I'm gonna pull it off here. Right.
Children used to run and play. Look at all the mess we made. Guess I never know where it went wrong. Sometimes I feel like oh that's sad, 'cause viral then people forget. In this crazy world I don't belong. I see fire burning but I close my
Yeah, the upstairs apartment, you know what, there's always something interesting sound that's coming from there. It's weird. A lot of things are falling there, you know. I guess it's, you know, one of the things of being, you know, living in an apartment. You hear the other noises that, you know, you wouldn't hear in a house, I guess. And the thing is, actually, when you live in a house, you know, I guess with family, every time something falls, you know, my parents would always ask, "What is that? What is that?" You know, like there's always so much concern about what is falling, you know. Even if it's not something that might be important, you know, they want to know, you know, what is that just fell? What are you breaking in my house? Basically, that's, you know. So you see, the thing is, if I add here, you know, then it starts to look like it blends in here, you know. It doesn't create this look, I guess. So here I'm gonna need another gray, which will only represent this part, this back part, I guess. Oh wow, I actually did that the long way. Connecting these. Right. Grade 2. Okay, before what I want is to hide this so that I can see the actual color of this. I'm actually gonna make it a little bit lower in value. Let's see. Yeah, you know, it's lower in value, but it shouldn't be higher than this one, I feel. Actually, you know, it doesn't matter as long as it's different from these. I guess that's what matters. Hmm. I feel like that part is not actually important. It's not going to be visible anyway, so but I do want these sides to actually, you know, blend in with the other one. And here I don't want this here actually. Interesting, it's already removing this part. I want this corner to look sharp actually. Alright, let's see. It's there, you know, it's not that much, but it's definitely there. Because, you know, when I look at it like this, I don't want it. You see here, actually here it's a lot more visible. Why is that the case? Okay, wait. I think maybe it's because it's a darker value. I don't know. Or maybe it's closer to this one actually. That's why. Okay, let's unhide the others. Honestly, if you know, when I was doing this with separate pieces, it would have taken a long time. Now that I think about it, you know, it was actually a good idea to have these as what's this, combine these and make it into one piece, I guess, because I still would have been far, actually quite far. Okay, I'm actually gonna change the hierarchy of this. I feel like this, the AO needs to be on top of these. Okay, I'm looking for something here. Oh, okay. Something did not make sense. I had a feeling. It's this part actually. Oh, it was coming here. I was trying to understand where it was. It was from there to there. Actually gonna go back to this one. Just this part over here. I just realized that I did not smooth this. I don't want it looking sharp like it is right now.
Probably haven't heard of it. Need to live a different life, cause lights and cameras are in it. Trying to find a silver lining. All I wanna do is avoid the violence. But you're here again, I'm losing it. Then screaming in silence. Get out my face, turn off the flash. I hate the fame, no more of that. Leave me alone or I'll collapse. I need a break, don't feel the crack. You'll follow me anywhere. I'll find you there.
Is it the fact that it's so clean, you know, as compared to the other ones is a little bit bothering, I guess. Maybe I should go in and just make it look like I hand painted it. No, I'm just gonna leave it like this actually. Alright, okay, let's see how it looks with a combination of all of these. Okay, something change something. Oh, okay, here.
Mama said you're meant to burn as bright as a star among the midnight sky.
Okay. Yeah, this needs to. These are the AO and. Where is this? Because I need to see how it's, you know, the hierarchy of this. Because I don't want these being below some of these actually. This gray needs to go on top actually, so I'm just gonna do this. Remove that. And move these here. I still feel like although the AO is okay where it is, but the other ones still need to actually go below this, these colors. I feel like these two are like the two colors that, you know, first shape this gray color maybe.
You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away.
Yeah, like that. So right now it doesn't feel like there's a difference, but there definitely is maybe. Imagine if it actually doesn't. But you know, you can tell here there's definitely a change in you can already tell that, you know, it's like that without looking at the silhouette. You know, you can tell that there's a change in plane here without looking at the silhouette, like that as well here. And that's what I actually, you know, the purpose of these, I guess. Alright, now back to this. Actually, before that, let me just take my break and I'll be back. Right, I'm back. Excuse me. Yeah, on this chair, you just need to sit comfortably because it's not an office chair. I got this sofa cushion for it, but it's not. It's helping, but I guess it's compared. It's not as much as it was before, as tedious as without it. But I guess it's you can still feel that you're sitting on a chair that's not comfortable, I guess. Okay. Ooh, oh shit, okay, wait. On the wrong one actually. What I need is the metallic one. I skipped it and I didn't do it.
I know the air I'm breathing, it's no good for my lungs. I do this every season, I hate when summer comes. I fall into a trap, but I'm never myself. I always do the wrong thing. I'm unstable and I'm unsteady, I've lost a million times already, and I'm so sorry, but I'm not able to slow down. I feel unable and so unworthy, my heart feels heavy, I've lost already, and I'm so sorry, but I'm not able to down now.
One thing I've been doing is writing stories. Before I don't know, I guess I wasn't up for it, but it's actually, I don't know, I noticed that a lot of people, when I get a good advice, I usually follow through it, I guess. If it's very, very convincing, and especially if it's from someone that, an artist or someone that's been within the industry for quite some time, I guess. And but the advice that I got was, although I was doing it, but I was only doing it on Saturdays. It was from Mark Bruno that whatever it is that you're thinking, just write it down. It's better that if it's written down, if you're going to, and if it's something that needs explaining, try and explain it as if you would a 5-year-old, or depending on which target audience you want to first, target, I guess, depending on the target audience. And you know, you need to explain it as if they have no clue what anything is, I guess. And in my case, I have, you know, although I've been writing stories, but I haven't, when it comes to explaining Blender, right, it's one thing that I would always do it at the top of my head, you know. I don't have anything that I've written, you know, that would help me understand, you know, explaining how Blender works, or you know, creating characters in Blender. And when you say that, you know, that you should write it down, and I guess it's something that, you know, I wasn't aware of it, that even things like explaining how something works, you need to write it down, you know, even if you feel you can explain it, as long as you write how you're gonna explain it down, right? Whatever platform you're using, you know, Word or WordPress, Google Word documents, anything, you know, just write it down and try and simplify it in such a way that you are not explaining it to yourself, you know, you're explaining it to someone that has no clue on this topic. And you know, hearing that, it just made explaining seem so simple, I guess. You know, it's because I've been telling myself, you know, that explaining something to someone who has no clue on this topic is the difficult part. And you know, the way he said it, it was so convincing that, you know, it's actually not that difficult. The reason why it feels so difficult is because you're trying to do it at the top of your head, you know, you're not writing it down. And you know, it just made so much sense when he said that, you know, that it just made a lot of sense, I guess. And you know, it's one thing that I've told myself, you know, that I've been doing since I think the video was what, 2 weeks ago, that actually said this, either 2 weeks or maybe last week, I don't remember. And since then, you know, not only, you know, on Saturdays do I write down what I think, but I do it whenever, like, I feel like, you know, I need to write down something. I just do it. And honestly, it's been a help, you know, just to write down, you know, whatever it is you're thinking. It's a simple thing, honestly, and it just didn't come to my mind, you know, that whatever it is you're thinking, you should write it down, I guess. Back then I was just doing it because I was telling myself, you know, I'm gonna write a story, and you know, I would write things down because, you know, it's for the story. But now I see the importance of writing things down, even if, you know, you feel like it's not relevant right now. As long as you written it down, I guess you still have that record of it, right? And it's a lot more better than, you know, not writing it. Then, you know, because when you don't write it, then you might actually just forget, or you know, forget how you want it, whatever it is you're thinking of writing down, I guess. It's, you know, a person's thoughts are always changing every time. Like, I remember sometimes I would, you know, think of a story, right? And that story would change so many times just because of how I felt that day, on a certain day. And the actions and behaviors, they change, just they are influenced by how you feel on a specific day. And so if, like, let's say your character is going through a character development day and you are not having a good day that day, you might just make things easier for your character, right? Just so that they are not suffering the same or something, at least they feel like they are winning. And when you do that, you just it's almost like you're removing what could have been an interesting character development with an easier result, I guess. And when you write something down, sometimes, although you do feel like you want to change it, but other times you will realize that what you've written down is actually good, for the character or whatever it is that you've written, I guess. Just something that these days well, for the past I think 4 days I've been doing. So it could be that I'm just going through a phase, maybe. It happens, sometimes I go through these phases where I get a huge inspiration from someone and then it just disappears 2 weeks or 3 weeks down the road. Honestly, when you get inspired, I feel like to maintain that level of enthusiasm, you need to repeat whatever it is that inspired you every day, I guess. Just to remind you why you're doing it in the first place. It's almost like you're programming yourself to continue consistently with whatever it is you're doing every time. So because I did realize with other things that if I don't keep inspiring me with whatever content that inspired me, it just goes away, that feeling. It's definitely going to go away, that's for sure, but the point is you're not trying to maintain that enthusiasm, but you want to maintain that consistency, I guess, because obviously you're not gonna feel that the enthusiasm that you did on the same day, that excitement, I guess. But yeah, it's just for the sake of reminding yourself to stay consistent, I guess. Right. And honestly, consistency is key. It's sometimes it feels like there's no reward for it, but other times you do start you see the reward. here I did not put any, what's this, rust to it, because I felt like it's closer to the arm, so it's the part where it's going to need to be cleaned a lot, I guess. So when he removes the arm, I guess, I enjoy that, guys. You know, his artwork is amazing, honestly. Brunette. It's, you know, it's the type of when I look at his characters, right, it's the type of art that, you know, that when I envision myself creating character 3D characters, I envision, you know, creating something similar to that, but only in 3D. Of course, I don't wanna that similar art style, but you know, the way I think it's mostly the way he shows muscles. That's, you know, that's what interests me about his art. You know, it's so unique, I guess. I feel like it's, you know, it's eye-catching, I guess, and appealing. You know, when it comes to creating anatomy, that's where, you know, I envision, I guess, creating that type of anatomy. Yeah. Ish. Oh, my bad. It's just that what just happened right now is that, you know, as right before the beat, my my toe just clicked and it created that, you know, that it added, you know, that awesome sound to the beat, to the song. Coincidence? Oh man. Oh, that was if only, you know, I had something, you know, a record where it just added that to the song. That would have been amazing. Oh, it was right where, you know, there was that slight silent moment, and then I was like, oh man. It reminds me of you know, there was this guy on, I forgot what show it was. He said that anything can be music, right? And he took a cup and, you know, anything can be turned into music. And he took a cup and you know, he started creating music just from that sound of cup, you know, that he hit the cup, and you know, he just started creating music from that sound. That was amazing. When you think about it in terms of art, you know, as well, it's something similar. You know, anything can be turned into, well, not anything, you can't turn sound into 3D art. I don't think so, I don't know, but yeah, um any I feel like anything that you see can be turned into uh you know, a 3D art, however you want, you know, like look at for instance, especially it can be turned into art. Look at the what Rhino is doing, right? He's taking anything, you know, even a bottle of energy drinks, and he's creating characters out of that, you know. He's taking all those colors from these materials and he's creating characters, and you know, it just shows you that you know, you can approach art in any different form, I guess. Oh wait, way. You know, maybe I should comment on his nah, okay, no. I'm sure a lot of people are already commenting on his Instagram for suggestions, you know. That's like no different than asking for a commission, maybe. It's like asking for a free commission. If you know, you suggest something and he does it, hoping that he does it.
Careful with your pretty eyes and run with me. Cause you and I are a secret. Feel my drift against your skin. Cause honestly, let's hold our breath. This is so real. Just you and me, let's escape, girl, tonight. Careful with your pretty eyes and run with me. Cause you and I are a secret. Against your skin. Cause honestly, let's hold our breath. This
I'm just thinking that you know, for this metallic part, it's what I actually could have done was, I don't know if it would have worked, right? But no, actually it wouldn't. It's almost like searching for a shortcut, actually, I feel, because basically the metallic part is the opposite of where it's anywhere where the rust is not. So I was thinking that maybe if I baked the what's this, if I baked the part where actually it could have worked, the part where the rust is, and then taken that detail, right, and inverted it, you know, then it would be the opposite of that, you know, and then that's where the metallic part is. I don't know, I guess that's, and then I would have used that. I don't know, it could work, I don't know. It's almost like searching for a shortcut. Or the thing is, you know, when working, it's hard to tell when you're searching for a shortcut and when you're not. Is it, but I feel that, you know, whatever it is you're doing, right, as long as it gives the same effect that the first method you thought of would have done, but it just made the speed a lot less, I mean faster, increase the speed, then you are definitely not searching for a shortcut, but you are just you're doing it with less work. You know, you're making the same result with less work, so it's technically not a shortcut. But in the case where if I just, you know, actually did not add these certain areas as metallic and certain areas as rust, and just left this entire thing as metallic, that is, you know, it's lazy work, and it's almost like you're doing shortcuts, you know. That's what I feel, I guess. So anything that makes it look like you're doing lazy work, I feel like it's you are searching for a shortcut. And if you're just searching for a way to do something a lot more faster, then it's not a shortcut. It's not cheating, I guess. I don't feel like it is. Because it's similar to how, you know, with animators, they, you know, there's this talk about using uploading a video reference and using that to create animation is almost like it's cheating. And honestly, that is just another way of searching for a faster way of doing something, I guess. I feel that's what it is. It's not a shortcut, so it depends on how you look at it, I guess. Excuse me. I think I've reached a point where my wrist is starting to. Ah man, I actually need to use my shoulders more. Yeah, it's, you know, artists use, whenever an artist says their wrist is painful, I'd always wondered what they are talking about, but now I'm starting to feel it, man. I understand why, you know, you're supposed to use the shoulders, not wrist too much. And it's hard, I guess, to actually only use your shoulders and not your wrist. I mean, I'm sure even the best artists get in the habit of, you know, using their wrist. To move around, I guess. Because it's like, how do you, you know, it's like, basically, how do you move this, you know, without doing this, you know? It's difficult. Honestly, it's not I mean, it's not that it's impossible, but it's challenging, I guess. Because you know that you'll always, you know, revert back to using your wrist, I guess. Or at least that's what's happening to me, and it's killing me right now. Yeah, I'm actually gonna move a little bit slow, hoping that, you know, I get the motion right. Oh no, it's difficult, honestly. It's
Trying not to let go of my pride, but every time you come back, it's like falling down these lies again. This feeling that I have deep down inside, I just wanna be the one you need. And now I need you by my side. I can't
the good thing with this is that, you know, I don't use the tablet that much, so I switch between a mouse and, you know, and a tablet, I guess. And with the mouse, it's easier. I feel like it's easy to move with the wrist, without the wrist, only using the, you know, the, what's this, the shoulders or your elbows, you know, to make movements. But with the tablet is, you know, I always get into the habit of using my wrist, I guess. get into the habit of using my wrist. Oh shit, I need that back. Did I just lose that? Ah, okay, fine. Oh wow, there's still a lot actually. Maybe I should start doing wrist exercises or stretches. But you know what? Start using my left hand. I think that's one thing that, you know, many artists actually tend to forget, that they have the, you know, we have the left hand, and honestly it's difficult because sometimes, you know, I would use, since I'm using both the tablet and the mouse, right, sometimes I would switch the mouse to this side and, you know, just to get that my left hand used to the mouse, I guess. But you know, it feels differently, honestly. But you know, learning both to use your left hand and your right hand is not an easy task. But I would say that, you know, by using it, you know, if you actually want to get used to the feeling, I feel that it's not just only when you're when you're on a computer that you should use your left hand. Try also doing it when writing, you know, other times when you just need to make quick notes, just use your left hand and do that. You know, you might actually get used to that feeling, I guess, you know, instead of it always feeling like you're, you know, instead of it feeling like it's out of place, I guess. Because that's, you know, when I remember when I played, you know, when I played soccer, right, back in primary school, right, back then, you know, I was, you know, an active person in sports, right? So, but the thing is, during one season where my left foot is my dominant foot for soccer, so it's weird, I know. I write with my right hand, but my dominant kicking foot is left, so it's weird. I always got that, and so many people feel that it's not the case, but it's always been that way for me, you know, that my left foot is stronger than my right foot. But anyways, it's, you know, during that time left foot was injured, and you know, I did not, want to be, not play soccer, I guess. So I got into the habit of, using my right foot, and honestly, that using that, for about an entire year, my left foot was injured. So it's not a serious injury, but it was just a small injury, which it if I just pressed anything against that foot, the left foot, I would feel pain. So during that time, I just decided, okay, I mean, I can walk properly, everything I can do properly, right? It's just that when I kick the ball with my left foot, I feel pain. Okay, let me just do that with my right foot, and fast forward a year later, there I was, so used to playing with my right foot that it felt like it was actually the dominant foot. I mean, even when I was passing, it just felt, when I went back to playing with my left foot, it just felt so off now, playing with my left foot. And so at that time, I decided, okay, fine, I'm actually gonna use both foot, and now just adjust the imbalance, because it was feeling so weird, right? And yeah, I got used to that feeling, the feeling of having played playing with 2 foot, and till some of my friends still don't believe that I how is it possible that I can actually use both foot when playing. And when I tell them the story, still they still think it's some kind of bullshit story, and that I was always capable of playing with both foot, which is not the case. That you will always have a stronger dominant foot, and and my left foot is the dominant foot, and I got used to playing with my right foot. The reason why actually they think that my left foot is the dominant foot is because I made it in such a way that I started passing making short passes with my right foot and making long passes with my left foot. So in when playing soccer, you make a lot of short passes, and because of that, people just thought I'm a right foot person, and that's not the case. It just switching between the short pass and long pass just made it so that I had strength with whenever I felt like I needed to make a long pass with my left foot or score with my left foot, I just felt that I always had the strength to do it, which of course it wasn't the case. It was just my mind, mentally I was just thinking that's the case. I was still very young, about 11 years old, and it became something I got used to. So I feel like if you give yourself 1 year, just 1 year, using your other hand as if your dominant hand doesn't work or something like that, or just focusing on using your other hand, and doing minor tasks with your dominant hand, I feel like you will you'll actually be able to use the other hand Actually, that's one thing I want to try, you know. It's almost like relearning how to do everything, but with the other hand, you know, it's weird. I don't want to lie, you know. It's just, even right now, it just feels so weird. Because imagine it, like when you think about it, even when you type right on a computer, you've gotten used to the fact that you're typing with both hands, you know. It's just, it creates that balance. So when you know, if I feel like if you draw and you can draw with both hands, you know, it's also gonna create a balance where you know, if you start feeling pain with the other hand, you just move this to the other hand and start drawing, you know, continue drawing. That's something, yeah, I actually want to be able to do, you know. Just use both hands. And okay, wait, what is that? Oh, that's the, you know what, actually this, the, yeah, the AO feels so dark. Actually, I just want to tone it down. Where is it? It doesn't even look like AO right now. It feels, okay, I'll go back to it later. Actually, let me just finish this. I'll go back to it later and just, you know, work on it a little bit more. Especially around here, it's around this parts, I just need to reduce this, actually, the thickness of this, because right now it's almost like I'm looking at just lines going like that. It's not giving me that AO feeling, I guess. Excuse me.
You can see straight through my light.
Alright.
There's something in my chest that I can't hide.
How much of it is still left?
I'm terrified. 'Cause I've been here before and said goodbye.
Oh wow. Shit.
Are you the one when I try to look, I wish I'd find? Oh, how can I love when I've been hurt 100 times? For you, I give it one more try.
It's hard to actually see where this is. Let me just switch to just the color only, and you know, just make these islands like this. It's still painting on the, what's this, on the metallic area. It's just can barely see it. You can't see it because I'm only displaying this part. It's just a quick, you know, to create these islands over here. Okay, let's do this as well.
Come to the garden, darling, I will wait for you. Here I will sit till morning like true lovers do. Come to the garden, darling, I will wait for you. Here I will sit till morning like true lovers do. Come to the garden.
It's a little bit hard to see here. I think maybe like if I remember there is some way to change this actually. I think it was studio light or something like that. Just so that I can see on the other side. Is it the lighting that I need to change? Alright. It's definitely the lighting. Although it feels really weird now, it doesn't feel like metallic. It's affecting it differently, but that's not the point. I just want to see where I'm coloring, I guess. And it's doing the job, I guess.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dying on myself.
Shit. Yeah, I know it's I think after doing those islands, it's a lot more easier to texture. I'm not too worried as to whether I'm texturing on the wrong area or not.
How will I know if I'm ready? The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a
one thing I never tried creating in Blender or any 3D software is I've tried creating cars, I remember that, but I've never actually modeled an animal character with one that actually looks like an animal. I mean, like, these actually I did actually no. Oh, yeah, I did the dog. Okay, wait, never mind. Okay, the dog was the one that I did actually. Yeah, I know. I remember now. I actually did one actually. But it was actually still one of the things that I still needed to do within. And what can I say that that I've yet to do? Like, I've done characters, female characters, male characters. Right now, this one is an old character. Although I did not give him features that made him look like an old character. I think that's where I was struggling to get the right look for him. The only thing that I would say that tells you that he's an old person is the facial features, I guess. Other than that, the belly, I kind of actually flopped it. It was really a little bit difficult to pull it off, I guess. What else? I've tried hard surface. I mean, I've also done a car at one point, thinking hard surface might just work, but yeah, no. I noticed that hard surface is, I don't know, I just prefer creating organic things, I guess. Human character, actually mostly just characters, actually, not organic things, because I mean, like, you could also just create a heart, it's still organic, but I just prefer creating characters, I guess. I've tried creating an environment as well. Yeah, the result was, it was messy, I guess. A lot of things just did not, I guess the approach of creating an environment is almost similar to creating hard surface model, I guess, because some of the other things in an environment are, well, most of them are hard surface, I guess. But yeah, it's a different challenge, I guess, when you try which of these styles suits you, I guess. And after trying all of these other styles, I just realized that creating characters was the one that I enjoyed a lot. And also I also felt I'm going to need to animate these characters at one point, so yeah. Alright, looks like the bottom part was actually a lot more easier because it had less rock patches, I guess. It was just this middle part that was, I added a lot of detail there. Excuse me. Yeah, I feel like after here the next character should be, yeah, one thing I haven't done actually is an alien character. I have not, touched that side, of modeling characters. I don't know, it just always felt really weird. I actually should try it. Actually, the next character, I was thinking, what should the next character be? Either a female character or an alien character. I think an alien would do. I've already done 2 female characters, but although they were not on stream, actually I've done a lot of female characters, more than 2 actually, although they are not on stream. I guess the others I have yet to texture them. I only model them. I think only 2 of them are textured. Yeah. Okay, what is this? Roughness. Because right now on stream I'm actually trying to tackle things that I know that I struggle a lot with. One thing I noticed that I struggle a lot with is creating the accessories of the character. Actually, I feel that modeling the character is okay, but when it comes to accessories, they always feel like it's almost like the detail of the base mesh is good base mesh, and then the clothing, they just, like, if I would say in terms of pixel, it's almost like I'm using less pixels on the clothing and high resolutions on the base mesh. That's how it feels. It's almost like the detail on the accessories is not enough to make it look like the accessory that I want it to look like. That's where the problem with my modeling process right now. That's where I've realized that I am struggling a lot, and actually that's something I actually need to tackle now that I've realized that. Okay, this is roughness. Ooh, damn, son. Imagine if I left it like this. That would be weird. Anyways, let's change this color. Should I make it a lot more rougher than this, or I think this is rough enough. Just need now to actually Where are these? Mm. Mm. I'm just gonna mix these, combine these. I hope what I just removed was not actually anything important. Alright, the problem with this, is that it will now register the dark areas as what is this? The dark areas are now registered as the let's see. Okay, I can probably bring this here and let's see how that looks. I want this being multiplied. I want this being overlaid, maybe. No. So basically what I want is this part, to be the one that shows more, I guess. And mixing it like this, it's just, I want this to be the dominant color, I guess. Then maybe I can do this. Screening. Okay, screening seems to do a good job. Okay, color dodge, definitely not. Add. It's losing its values here. I feel like these are losing their values, maybe. Yeah, I think add is actually okay. Alright, let's test that out. What is that? Why does that look different? I'm guessing this is the result of using add actually. Let's go to screen, let's see. Yeah, but then screen is not even doing what I want actually. It is, but it's making these values so light that it's barely visible. And add, it was actually adding them properly. Soft light. difference? No. That is the only one that looks like it's doing something. It's giving me a combination of that, and it's losing value. It's definitely losing value. The more, you know, further away that I bring it. Okay, maybe I could use mapping here, map range, and maybe create a high exposure here. Actually, let's make this with screen. Alright, let's see that. It's still doing that. It's doing the same thing as, actually wait, no, what I can do is clamp the result of this, maybe. I think that's why with add it was doing that, because of the value was not clamped. So now these areas where, you know, okay, let's just see this properly. Yeah, like that.
I want you and only you. I got nothing left to lose. So
You know what? I think it might also clamp this result, and that's going to be annoying actually. Yeah, I was afraid of that.
I want you and only you. I got nothing left to lose.
It's this result that's the problem. Maybe smooth stepped, I don't know, just trying something, you know, hoping that it would not do whatever this is without me clamping this result, I guess. Stepped linear, what is that? No, it's a lot more less, but it's still giving me a similar result. So yeah, it looks like this will definitely need to be clamped. The end result here, the factor is actually not important at this point. It's this. Alright, I think I'm just gonna have to work with this. I don't know. Hey, what's up, Skittles? Winning, yeah. it's okay. What's up with you? It's looking okay, I guess. I was trying to make this area rough, but without, you know, without having to retexture this, because all it's doing is just taking these, you know, taking these masks and, you know, just turning it into a roughness mask, I guess, into a, you know, the areas where it's actually rough, and then using this one to smoothen, you know, this, to create the shine. Not much really. Interesting. It's basically what I've been doing. It's just that, you know, I'm just, instead of just painting this all over again, you know, I just I just figured that, you know, let me just use those ones, since, you know, I already have these. you know, even with this one, what I can actually do is, you know, even if I wanted to take it a little bit further, what I could do is because right now, no, actually it's a lot more different. Actually, what I could have done is taken this metallic one and added it to here, and then, you know, it would make these areas where it's metallic shiny, but I don't want it being completely, you know, I want to control where the shininess is, because if I just bring this, it will make all of this area shine, I guess. Oh, you know what I could have done actually? I want to try something before, you know, moving with this. I just want to see how it's gonna look. Bringing this and also adding it here, I guess. But actually, before doing that, I wanna using a noise texture maybe. Just want to see how that's gonna look. I don't know if this is needed. Oh shit, I actually need that just in case this one just looks weird. Math hard. Yeah, it's challenging, I guess. But when you get it right, you know, that's where, when, you know, it starts that's when you start enjoying it, I guess. You know, that's where you all the joy of all that hard work comes, you know. All right, let's try this. This is nice, although it's, you know, yeah, I'm kind of getting there, but always get stuck with things. Brain just melts. Makes window shut down sound. Yeah, that's true. Are you making any new project that involves maths? By the way, what do you do like when you are stuck? Yes, no. Like let's say you're with your current project, right? You say you're stuck. How do you like you know, if you wanna, you know, get it right and you're stuck, what is it that you do that helps you get past that, you know, stage where you feel like you're stuck? Trying to make a really nice procedural parametric cross. Oh wow, back to the basics. Yeah, true, actually, that's it. Yeah, going back to the basics helps a lot. Yeah, that's and yeah, it's something that it's easy to forget, you know, that you can go back to the basics. Mention aromatic grass. How does that look like? Let me see. It's the ones that they use on these fields helps with shader math because you can visual things in 3D on a mesh. Wait, I skipped something. GeoNode can be complex, but it can actually help if you learn some real basics. So wait, are you saying that if you understand GeoNodes, shader math will be a lot more easier to understand? Well, it kind of makes sense because GeoNodes, you know, everything with GeoNodes is actually math, I think. Well, most of it. Alright, let's see. Actually, I wanted to do something I forgot. Oh yeah, I added this because I wanted to you can visual the curve and stuff from certain math. Visualize the curve and stuff from certain math. Okay. Like one thing, I don't know if what you're saying is like this, but I remember I was seeing on Instagram, right, there was a video where what's this, they show you how the what's this a sphere, right, is being, although you see it in 3D as a sphere, but there's actually what's this, a curve that represents a sphere, I guess, or something like that. I don't know if this is what you're saying, like something similar to that, or, and from that curve they create an equation or something like that. When I saw it, I was actually kind of confused. You can also see high value than 1, 2. Visualize shader, it can only show you a range of 1 to 0. Something just hit the glass. Okay, I want to control this actually. How can I control? Oh, you know what? That's what was missing. Okay, no, not. Okay, here it's taking it into high exposure. But with GeoNode, you can see the whole range as long as you make the mesh big and dense enough. Oh, and with GeoNodes you can like make shaders even better. Like an example, wait, if you're going to send a link, I don't know if this example is a link. Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna send a link, but just in case you wanted to send a link, let me just like, you know, when you're trying to make procedural dots on something or even anyway or even any way of making dots, like a complex mesh. A human or something. Okay. Because the shader isn't aware of the surface, it's impossible to get consistent dot size. Always stretch and stuff. Okay. That's what I actually wanted. Let's see how it looks. So you see, it's not, you know, not every area is actually, what's this? Not every area is shiny. It's just a couple of areas, and that's what I was actually trying to create here. Although I still want to control it a little bit to have the edges shine more. I get shine as well. So maybe bringing this one, like whether you use UV or object coordinates to try keep them the same, it can never be perfect because shaders is in the way of the surface. Okay, wait, let's try that. Run a texture, and then let's Control T it and object coordinate. So you're saying even if it's like this, it's not add random with 0. Oh, I think I understand what you're saying. Over here, the dot is not a complete dot, and some areas actually, like over here, maybe is that actually 1 sec. I am using the object coordinates over here. Okay, while you're doing that, let's continue with this. Over here, I want to actually add this so that, although this, does a good job with creating different areas where it's shiny, I still want to push it a little bit more by having these edges shine, I guess. So, oh, shit, wow, oh shit. Sounded like I almost broke my neck. Alright, with this, first let's go back here and then just fill that. Yeah, with this one I'm actually doing a lot more than I did with the other one. Alright, let's move. Okay, I want this to be mixed actually. Okay. This, let's see what this is. Okay, I can't zoom in into this, but I can see it's you change some values over here. Object coordinate. No, yeah, I can't zoom into this. Let me open it again, maybe. Oh wow, this is so slow. No, it's not. But it looks like, what is that? That is... Hold Control and scroll. Oh shit. Oh yeah, it's... it's zooming in with control, yeah, the website, okay. Oh, you didn't make changes here, it's just making that and greater than. I had a feeling that was greater than. Okay, let's try that. Greater or lesser than. Okay. I think I did everything over here. Let's reduce that. Yeah, okay. Some of these are small while other ones are larger actually. Doesn't really matter, it will create a sphere on grid. But see how they are small because they are intersecting and tip of the at the tip of the sphere. Ah. Alright. Is that why there is nothing here? Wait. Some of them, yeah, most of them are actually intersecting even. That means, does that mean like some spheres are actually like this one where they became one or something like that? Like look at this one, it's not even. Yeah, well, with geonodes or even with particles, you can create points on the surface of the 3D, then pass that into a shade, into the shader. Ah, then do a distance from to point into shader to get perfect diameter circles. Oh wow. Yeah, that's yeah, that's amazing. That's
one specific frequency.
I'm guessing that when you create like points, that these points are these like are you like creating like what's this, empties around the mesh just to create a point where those empties will, I don't know if it's very heavy, especially if you want many small dots. Oh okay, yeah, I can imagine, like, yeah. But these points are like you're using empties as those points, right? Or what is it that you use as a marker for these points? Okay, where is that? Okay. But still bakes, but can bake it to a texture map, then just use it as an influence map. Kind of an empty, but not actually empties. It's like particles. Ah, okay. Alright, I'm actually gonna save this. Have you ever used particles for hair or anything? Yeah, I have actually. But wait, particles is like it's not empties, but it's actually small. I don't know, I remember someone doing something like that, and when they showed it, they showed that particles is like small meshes, you know, or something like that. It's small cylinders, especially for hair. That's what particles look like. I don't know, maybe it was that the way he was using it, I don't know, maybe it's the same as that. So it creates points on the surface. Particles are just points, okay. But you can instance things on them. but particles generally do have same things as an empty. It contains no mesh or internal data. But then why is it heavy then, if you know it contains no mesh or internal data? What's causing it to be, for the scene to be heavy then? It's just the point in space, location, rotation, scale. Is it the transfer of, wait, I don't know actually. I don't know why it's heavy. Know where to place this actually, because if I place it on here, it just removes that detail from that. I think maybe I should place it here. Because to get even spread for the texture effect, usually to subdivide the original mesh, and to get even spread needs to instance 100 times. Oh, damn. Okay, this is definitely not gonna work. You know what? Yeah, I'm just gonna save this. I'll find a way to fix that. Anyways, yeah, I think I'm gonna end the stream right here, guys. I'm a little bit tired. Anyways, thanks for the chat, Skittles. Anyways, yeah, see you. Have a good one, you too. Yeah, have a good day. So, next stream, same time on Wednesday. Be sure to join. If you ever have the time, if you wish to support me, here are some of my links. Just go there and click the follow button. if you want. Anyways, have a wonderful day, guys, and see you on Wednesday. Cheers.